What? Save. Okay, I am live now. Let's pop out the chat. I'm bring it over. Oh, I don't know why I'm trying to make it perfect. Okay, now back over to StreamYard. And here, there. Okay. I'm going to make some stuff. I know I'm a couple hours early, but I thought I would just get started because I don't like to wait. That sounds terrible, doesn't it? Oh well. I decided to go live because actually my encores are not getting the viewers. So I thought if I actually went live, I would get some viewers at some point during my broadcast. That's the reason, actually, that I went live early. So I'm still going to stay on until 10 probably. But like I said, yeah, I am here just a working away. Hi. Yes, I know it's early, but I'm on here anyway. I'm early. Yes, I am. By a couple hours. But I thought it would be okay. And we've got 2 in the building now. 2 in the building. Please share me out. Please, please, please. That would be very much appreciated by me. And I am just, I know what I forgot to do. Let's copy this invite. It's copied. And then let's get this back up there. And there we go. And let's pin it up. There. Now, if anybody wants to come up, they can. Oh, that's me. And my statement, what I said. Yes, that is what I said. And I'm getting a little bit too silly. I am working on my granny squares. I've got 7 done, and this is 8. I'm working on granny square 8, and pretty soon I am going to make a snood for my friend Shirley. You guys know her. She's on with me on Sundays. Although I'm not exactly sure what color she wants, so I'm not going to start one yet. She likes the pink I used for one of mine, but I used it up, I think. So I think she said she was going to bring some yarn for me. Yeah. And a friend of mine wants me to make them a sweater too. And I'm just not sure how much to charge. And another friend wants me to make a snood for for one of the residents in the nursing home they work in. I am not sure how much to charge for that. I think she said she would get me the yarn too, but I'm not sure. I think she said. I will ask once somebody gets on here with me. Somebody who's sold stuff. Because, like I said, I'm a whole 2 hours early. And by the time comes for me to be on, I will probably have a good deal of people with me. So that'll be good. I think most of the subscribers I have now, I got when I was making music videos with my, with my photography and pictures I took. But because the music has copyright issues, I had to take it all down. Because if I want to get monetized, I can't have that stuff up here. So that's just how life goes. But I I made a new one new music video with music from YouTube that's not copyrighted. Not my best pictures ever, but yeah. So I'm going to have to take some of my pictures and make another video. Either that or take one of the videos I have and put it up with YouTube non-copyrighted music. I think that's what I do. Because I think there's a lot of people out there that like watching my videos with music. It'd be nice if YouTube had some Christian music that was not copyrighted. But that's not going to happen. So that's okay, though. That's just the way life goes. And I know it. Yep. Yippity yep, yep, yep. And I am just going to crochet along here. And y'all can come in when you get here. And please do not leave. Because I want y'all to stay. It makes for a better show if I have more of you watching it. Because then I can talk to y'all and I'm not talking to myself. I mean, sitting here talking to myself is almost like just uploading a video of me talking. And that's no fun, you know? So I'm just going to tootle along here with my crocheting and wait until some people come in that will talk to me. Jesus, name above all names, beautiful Savior, glorious Lord, Emmanuel, God is with us, blessed Redeemer, living Word. Jesus, name above all names, beautiful Savior, glorious Lord, Emmanuel, God is with us, blessed Redeemer, living Word. Oopsie doopsie. The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning, new every morning. Great is your faithfulness, O Lord. Great is your faithfulness. Jesus, 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 let all heaven and earth proclaim. Kings and kingdoms will all wash away. There's just something about that name. Jesus, 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 let all heaven and earth proclaim. Kings and kingdoms will all wash away. There's just something about that name. Amen. There is. And just so everybody knows, this is not an encore. This is a regular live. A regular live. So please come on in. Please come on in. This is a real live. It is not an encore. Not an encore. Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world. Red and yellow, black and white, they are precious in his sight. Jesus loves the little children of the world. Master, Savior, Jesus. Yes, yes, yes. I love you, Lord, and I lift my voice. I'm trying to sing too high. I love you, Lord, and I lift my voice to worship you. Oh, my soul, rejoice. Take joy, my King, in what you hear. Let it be a sweet, sweet sound in your ear. I love you, Lord, and I lift my voice to worship you. Oh, my soul, rejoice. Take joy, my King, in what you hear. Let it be a sweet, sweet sound in your ear. Amen. Yep, God is really, He is so good to us. He really is. I mean, I can't even explain how good He is because He's so good. God is so good. God is so good. God is so good. He's so good to me. He answers prayer. He answers prayer. He answers prayer. He's so good to me. Amen. He does. He answers our prayers. He answers them. Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. Little ones to him belong. We are weak, but he is strong. Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me. The Bible tells me so. Amen. Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. Little ones to him belong. We are weak, but he is strong. Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me. The Bible tells me so. Praise the name of Jesus. Praise the name of Jesus. He's my rock. He's my fortress. He's my deliverer. In him will I trust. Praise the name of Jesus. Praise the name of Jesus. Praise the name of Jesus. Hello, Heather Crochet and Create. Welcome in, and I am so glad to see you. How are you this evening? It's been a long time. I love to tell the story. Jesus and his glory. Oh, Jesus and his love. Love to tell the story. 'Twill be my theme in glory. Out doing the snow. Oh my heavens. How much snow did you get? I'm hoping not too much. I am so glad we did not get snow like they forecasted. But of course, the weekend's not over. We were told that it will be 4 to 8 inches. Oh, wow. That's a lot of snow. A lot. At least to me it is. We don't usually get much in the way of snow in Western Washington. So when snow, it's like everybody goes crazy. And what are you making? This is a granny square. I'm making 20 granny squares, and I've got 20 other people that I'm going to send them to. Well, 19. I keep one of them, I think, unless I need to make 21. Yeah, it's fun. I like making them too because, I mean, it doesn't take a lot of brain work. You just, they're so fun and easy to make. Definitely. I've got 7 made so far. And I'm working on the 8th one right now. So yeah. Oh my goodness. Why am I so tired? I slept good last night. Shouldn't be tired. Oh well. I'm actually on like 2 hours before I said I was going to be on. Because I told everybody I'd be on at 8 my time, 11 Eastern. If I'm not mistaken. $10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. But I'm on at 6 Pacific. Because my encores were not doing much of anything for me. Not really getting much in the way of viewers for them. My son's sleep schedule is so messed up, I only got 4 hours of sleep today. Oh, he hasn't been sleeping at night. Wow. Isn't there something you can give him, like melatonin, to get him to go to sleep at nighttime? You know, just to change his sleep habits, schedule, and get it back to normal. Because it's not good for you to get only 4 hours of sleep. Praise the name of Jesus. Praise the name of Jesus. He's my rock. He's my fortress, he's my deliverer, in him will I trust. Praise the name of Jesus. Amen. Yeah, I changed my channel name a little bit. As you can tell, instead of Julie's Crochet and Create, I am now Crochet and Create by Grandma JBug. And JBug, I mean, I have a friend that calls me Julebug, and I just shortened it and made it JBug. And then on Sunday afternoons, I do a show with my friend Shirley. She and I do a crafting show. We get up there and craft, and anyone else who wants to can. Or they can just sit and watch us craft. But that's kind of fun. And that's Craft Along with Grandma JBug and Shirley on Sunday afternoons at 1 o'clock. Yep, I tried to catch that one on Sunday. Yeah, we have a lot of fun. She and I do. And I kind of enjoy doing it with her. We get along pretty good. Definitely. So are you working on any crochet projects or anything like that? I will be working on a couple of projects soon. Well, more than a couple, 3 projects. People have asked me to make them things. And I'm like going, cool. Because they want to pay me. So that'll be cool. I'm just not sure how much to charge for my time. They want to get me the yarn, but they want to pay me for my time, and I don't know how much. I don't know how much to charge for that. Last night I made some Among Us characters. I have a poncho cardigan and a swimsuit cover-up that I have been working on. Wow, you're working on a lot of stuff. I'm trying to keep it to as few projects at a time as possible. But like I said, I've got 3 that is going to come up here pretty soon. And I got to figure out how much to charge for. I mean, one of them is a pullover sweater, and then the other 2 projects are making snoods like the one I'm wearing. So I'm not sure. What to charge for my time. Hello, whoever just came in. There are 3 people in the building now. Welcome in, everyone. I know I am early. And I know it's not 8 o'clock yet, but I was tired of letting my my encore run because I don't think anybody was watching it. And I think only 2 people all day watched it. So yeah. I need to figure out a way of getting more people to watch my encores. Otherwise, it does me no good to turn them on. Yep. And getting ready for my next round. There we are. Okay. Okie dokie. Yep, that's 3. Ooh, a 4th person just came in. We now have 4 people in the building. Nice. And like I said, I turned this on early, but I will still go until 10 o'clock if I can. That will be what I do. Definitely. It's an awesome God, He reigns from wisdom, power, and love. God is an awesome God. Ah, yes, Heather, thank you. Don't forget to push the and here I go stuttering now. The thumbs up. And if you're not already subscribed, please, please, please subscribe. That would be cool if you did. That would be really cool if you did. And in case you're wondering, I'm working on my granny squares for a collab that I'm in on. There's, I don't know how many of us there are, but we're making granny squares. There's 20. We're supposed to make 20 granny squares. I am on my 8th one right now. Not working real fast, but yet I'm not working real slow either. But this is a fun project, mainly because it is granny squares. And I remember the last granny square project I did, it's underneath this shawl behind me. You can see, back here, I made mitered granny squares to make a blanket. These are going to be regular granny squares, of course, and they're 13 by 13. No. Yeah. But it takes me 12 rounds to get 13 by 13 squares. If I go one hook bigger, like I'm using a 5.0 now, if I go to a 6.0, it takes me 11 rounds. And if I went to a higher one than that, I think my squares would look funny because I'm using a number 4 medium weight yarn. And I think that's what she said we were supposed to use. So that is what I'm using. And I am, hello, Dana. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. I am on early just because I thought if I did a live, I might get, a real live instead of an encore, I might get some people to come in. And I am doing pretty good. How are you doing, Dana?
I don't even have it installed right now. Because I didn't like it.
Christy, tag you're it, Dana. Hey, Christy, nice to see you. Welcome in. Thank you, Dana. Oh, and Kelly's here too. Nice to see you. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are y'all doing? I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good. And I have the link pinned at the top if anybody wants to come up with me. So that, hello, Yarny Mom. Nice to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. I am so glad to see y'all. Definitely. Everybody's saying hi to each other. Where are you what am I working on? I am making granny squares. For a collab. And we're making 20 of them, and we're sending 19 out to the other people in the group. And we're keeping one. And everybody's using a different color. So, I don't even remember what color this is called. That I'm using. But it's the same color as the shawl behind me. Sort of a brown with a reddish tint to it. Is what it is. At least that's what I see. Yeah. So what is everybody else working on tonight? I'm writing a couple patterns. Yeah, I thought about writing a pattern for my snoods that I make. But I don't know yet whether I will do that or not. Let's see, Christy's working on a continuous granny square baby blanket. Baby blanket. And Kelly is crocheting granny squares too. Okay. And working on the Afghan panels for the now I can't remember what that Afghan is called. But yeah, I want to crochet right now, but I don't know what. Oh, Colors of Salvation. That's what I was trying to come up with. Yes. Thank you, Kelly. So will you be doing that particular Afghan again? I mean, as a crochet along type thing? Because I want to be able to do it, but I don't have the money to go out and buy the colors that I need. I might have some soon though, because I've had 2 people ask me to make them snoods. And another person has asked me to make them a sweater like the one that I made. And I will get paid for it. Which will be kind of nice. Yes, later on we will do more craft alongs of the Colors of Salvation. Okay. Sounds good. I would like to get involved with that. So how many of the colors have y'all done so far? Seemed to me maybe 4 or 5, but I'm not sure. There we go. I'm on corner number 2. And I am going to drink some of my water. That is better. Yes, Kelly, I got my mandala yarn for our Phoenix. Did you get yours? Your Phoenix. Whoops. There we go. We're on the 6th color, purple. I thought so. My yarn is in transit. Oh, excuse me. Didn't mean to burp like that. But I did anyway. Not on purpose, though. I think I might, when I do get the colors, try and start doing it. And yeah. My yarn is in Pennsylvania. Whoa. I am still waiting for the yarn from that sale that we all went to. Now I am getting excited to get it. Very excited. Pennsylvania, that's... Where did it come from? I wonder. I missed that sale. Oh, yeah. I got in on the tail end of it. I didn't get a lot of stuff, but I did get some. I mean, it was hard to pass up. It started in New Jersey. Oh, yeah, that's way up north. I should check and see where my mine is at some point. Mine probably started up there too. Who knows? I don't know, but I've been told. Oops, that didn't go through all of them. I found, though, when I'm doing granny squares, I got to make sure I count the stitches I'm putting into each of these spaces, because I've ended up having, yes, having 2 in some of them instead of 3. And I'm like going, really? I've got this whole thing made and I messed up in one spot. Ugh. I should stop pulling the yarn from the middle. It may have. Yeah.
Sounds like someone's lost.
So mine's probably in Pennsylvania too. Oh, dear me. This yarn is not cooperating with me.
Yeah, they work. When they're transformed, they don't. They have more color or something like that.
This stuff is Lion Brand, I think. This stuff I'm using right now.
What is even going on?
Lion Brand Pound of Love or something like that. I did it. I did it. I got the knot out. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, now I can do this. So, if anybody wants to join me, the link is pinned to the top, and I would be glad to have somebody up here with me. Very glad. So, Kelly, how many of your squares have you gotten done? I got 7 done, and I'm working on my 8th. I don't mind. I don't mind him getting loud.
No.
Christy, I'm on my 7th. Ah. Okay, so I'm not behind. I was thinking I was behind everybody. $10. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm working on 8. So I'm going to try to do at least 1 a week. Okay. I have all year. Oh, okay. Hello.
Hi.
How's it going?
All right. Been crazy.
Crazy, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. So
Yeah, the
I don't have to have them done by a certain time. I mean, okay. I'm sitting here trying to rush through them because I think everybody's waiting on me. And that's not true, I guess.
infected can kill people without.
Well, at
'Cause
least it's easy, so you can get them done quick.
Yeah. Although I may have to send them out slowly because I've got to have the money for the postage. So yeah.
Hopefully if the lights are on.
Somebody's clapping in the chat, I mean.
Well, the neat thing with
is to send them out 1 or 2 at a time. Yeah. That's what I thought I might do.
plus you can do them in between your other projects as well, so you don't have to get them done. And then it looks like you're actually getting stuff accomplished. So that's why I made the characters last night for my daughter, so that way they were done and it looked like I actually was getting stuff done instead of everything piling up.
Yeah. That's a good way to do it. And I like the idea of sending them out a few at a time. 1 or 2.
Yeah, shipping's crazy lately.
Yeah. Although I have been using like the what is it called? The flat rate.
Those flat rate boxes or something?
What?
The flat rate boxes?
Yes. I forget what they're called though.
I think that they are called flat rate boxes.
Okay. And
I don't know if they have envelopes or not, but I know they have boxes.
Yeah, they have flat rate envelopes and flat rate boxes. And I like the idea of the flat rate boxes, or actually for these it'd have to be envelopes because the boxes would be too big, even the smallest one.
Yeah.
So yeah. Definitely would be using an envelope. Hello, Joe. Nice to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in. Sorry about that.
So my husband left at 7:30 our time, which would be 6 your time, if I get the hours right. And he won't be back until 6 a.m. from doing snow.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. You mean he does the snow plow?
He's running the dump truck that has the salt spreader because he's got a license for that. So because they have air brakes, so he has the license for that. So he's doing that. He's helping a private company.
Okay.
So it's not like it's a city or anything.
Yeah.
If he does the city, they do the salt trucks. But they also do the asphalt, and he doesn't want to deal with the asphalt. He doesn't want the home smelling like asphalt, so
right.
You don't get hit what you get to do in the spring and the summer,
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't want to come home smelling like asphalt either. So I totally understand that.
Yeah, I would rather smell like horse manure than asphalt. So been there, done that.
Yeah.
Yeah, My husband and I used to muck stalls at a stable.
Oh.
So, yeah, we
Okay.
did like horses and all that fun stuff. So
Yeah.
that was way before kids, BC, before children.
Yes. BP. All those things you could do before kids came along.
Because you didn't have to like worry about them like getting in the way and
Uh-huh. Or getting lost.
yeah, that thing. It's not.
Yeah.
But I did get to see some cool horses, though. I got to see the Budweiser Clydesdales when they were transporting them to from the breeding center to the training center. I did
Uh-huh.
see that them in their fancy trailer and all that other stuff. So they were like year 2 year olds when they get transferred for training. And then I saw the Lipizan Stallions. They were performing in our city, so they were stabled up there. So we had to like
Uh-huh.
barricade the stables and that. So
My uncle had Arabian horses, if I'm not mistaken. He and his wife, but because he had Alzheimer's,
okay.
She had to sell the place, and well, he died a year after my dad did.
Ooh.
So my uncle.
Okay.
My dad had Lewy body dementia, which is Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. So yeah.
Yeah, my grandfather had dementia, but then because the dementia was progressing so bad, he also ended up with they believe he had cancer, but they weren't going to do all the tests to find out because it was not a life for him.
Yeah.
He could only remember my son, who was 3 when he passed away, but everybody else, he got confused. He thought my husband was my brother. And
Oh.
they're not even the same height. They don't even look the same. So, yeah. So,
yeah. My dad didn't really know who anybody was at the end.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's like one of those diseases that is like the worst because you get to see people like they can hang on and not, and they don't recognize you. They're just there, and it's sad to see. And then you visit them because so that they're not by themselves, but then you get to see them and they don't recognize you.
Yeah.
I always hated going to visit my grandfather because he didn't recognize me, and he had the dementia that he got angry with. So like if he didn't understand what was going on, he got angry. So that's why he had to move into like assisted living care center for the Alzheimer's dementia. But
yeah. My dad ended up in the hospital for a while, the geriatric psych ward.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was there for a while. And then they put him on hospice. And my mom found a nursing home for him because she couldn't handle him anymore.
Well, it becomes to a point where it puts a strain on the caregiver. And they end up getting sick. And my grandmother has like severe asthma, and she ended up getting pneumonia before like before we knew that he had dementia. But he actually had it then already. So,
yeah.
And he was just, hiding it.
Oh.
So one of those things,
Yeah.
I don't want to get involved. I don't want anybody to get involved in my, business type thing. But luckily now they moved. When my son was born, they moved to Omaha. So that's where I lived. And they lived on a farm in a small town, maybe 2 hours away. So, I mean, if something happened on the farm, we couldn't go there and be there immediately. It would be a delayed thing. So it was kind of nice that they moved to Omaha. And they actually moved down the street from my parents. So that was kind of nice.
That was probably a good thing.
Yes. Considering she's like fell and broken bones and all that fun stuff,
Yeah. Welcome in Mimi Catdu and Maritza Correa, I think is how you say it.
Don't ask me, I can't say names right anyway, so.
Maritza Correa. I can't say it with the right accent, but yeah. I tried to learn Spanish. It just didn't work. I mean, I can count up to a certain number.
Yeah.
And I can say a phrase or two, but other than that, I just can't do it.
Yeah, I didn't get anywhere with foreign language in school, so.
Yeah. My sister learned French and my brother learned German.
My husband.
Oh, go ahead.
My husband's able to speak some Spanish because of the people that he works with, because he works construction.
Yeah.
So he's able to speak some Spanish. So it's nice.
Yeah.
We have some Hispanic neighbors, which is great. I like them. And they bring us food, like Mexican food. So it's like,
cool.
It is the best. I like it. And that he works with brings home food, and he makes sure that he tells Mike, make sure you let Heather get some, so otherwise he'll eat it all.
Yep. Okay. Yes, I did chain one. Had to make sure, because on 2 of the rows, I didn't chain one. But I just kept going because it's not that big a difference.
Is it in between the spaces?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's the spaces. And what in heaven's name do I think I'm doing?
Were you just supposed to make like a simple granny, or could you make more elaborate?
Just a simple one.
Oh, okay.
13 by 13. There we go. I like to slip stitch over to the corner and then start the next row. It makes it easier.
Oh, I'm working on something. I'm working on a poncho.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like, what was it?
Is it like one of the ones that Dana makes?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's supposed to be like have the shawl and the ball stuff, but I wanted something different. So it's Red Heart, and it's Go With Love.
It's pretty.
Yeah, I like it. So, and I made another one out of a cupcake yarn too. So,
Christy says, Heather, you're not working on anything, but you just held something up.
That's why I showed what I was working on.
Oh, that's why you show. Okay.
You can't see my hands because of how I have my laptop.
Yeah.
This was like a wedding gift made by my grandmother. So it has like pieces from our family history. So like the glove, where is it? If I'm trying to look at the camera and point at the same time. The glove, that was my great grandmother's.
Oh.
There's a handkerchief right there behind your thing. That was my grandmother's. So like the buttons are part of my grandparents and great grandparents. And then that brooch right there, that was my great grandmother's. So yeah.
Oh, wow.
And then the flowers that are in the center right there, that was leftover flowers from my mom's wedding dress when my grandmother.
Oh, wow.
So otherwise I would have it down, but plus I'm not exactly wearing a very appropriate t-shirt. It's from Cancun. It's from Senor Frogs, so
okay.
Has alcohol on it.
I don't know.
So Senior Frogs, their shirts have like the frogs doing stuff and like jumping in pools of beer or whatever.
Okay.
I think they're funny more so than the alcohol content on it, but
Yeah. Okay. So y'all in the chat can talk to us. We don't bite.
We try to answer. My husband talk today. I don't have to, because my son's in the living room and I'm in my bedroom, so I can actually talk. So the TV's not. I don't have the TV to worry about, so that you don't get in trouble for the sound, or if he's playing video games, we won't get in trouble for the sound from the video games.
Oh yeah.
So I can actually have the sound on.
Yeah. That's cool. It's easier for y'all to talk than it is for us to type. Well, you can always come up. Hello, Katrina. Nice to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello to everyone in the chat. I will be here in the background listening, just making a grab to go bag.
Ooh.
What is a grab to go bag?
Is that sewn or crocheted or knitted? That would be one of those questions that I would have, because I think it's like kind of like like one of those project bags that you see.
Oh,
I think that would be
yeah.
my guess.
Yeah. 1,
Um,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. I'm on
That would
11.
be my guess, is that it's kind of like a project bag.
Okay, yeah. Crocheting, it's a bag that you can use for anything. Put your yarn in or whatever. Okay,
Well, that's where you
Oh.
can actually
that makes sense.
Close.
I need to make some bags and make them big enough to, you know, have a project in.
This is my project bag. The tote poetry.
I've got several that I use, but it'd be cool if I had one that I made, because then, I mean, that's advertising. For like wearing my snood everywhere I go, you know?
Right now it's cold, so I get to wear my stocking hat that I made everywhere. So
Yeah.
and my face mask that I make, because
Yeah.
you have to have face mask right now.
I want to make a crocheted face mask. You know, you can put some material on the inside.
Yeah, I would put like cotton.
Yeah. I
Cotton.
have some cotton actually left over from, or do I? I thought I had some left over from the bags, the backpacks I made for my grandkids, but I may not. I think I just took and sewed them together.
Oh, okay.
But I know where to get it.
Yeah, I have to make some more. For some reason my son always loses his face mask. Before it was my daughter, and now it's my son.
No.
So I have to make more.
Yeah. It's hard to I have 3. One that my mom made, one that I bought, and one that my friend Shirley gave me.
Oh, okay.
So I've got 3 face masks, but I want one that I made. And you know, I will probably use some of the cotton yarn that I have sitting around here.
Yeah. Just make sure you use a small enough hook so you don't have the big, huge gaps.
Oh, well, yeah, definitely. Because I saw the one that a friend of mine made, and I'm like going, oh, okay.
It's like the big, huge gap ones are like the ones where people are like wearing their face mask like this, where it's like right at their nose level.
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
Which
that's gonna work.
Isn't helpful at all. I mean, if they have it, they're going to pass it to somebody.
Yeah. And I mean, we're still having issues with that whole thing here. It's still running rapid around because they pretty much opened everything up. So, but they won't close things down or anything because, you know,
we still have a problem with it here too.
Yeah. You have towns that are like basically shutting down, and then you have some that are like whole state that are like in the red zone and they're completely open, and makes no sense. But oh well. That's what we get.
we're pretty much in a lockdown, but I don't stay home because, I mean, there are stores that are still open, and my church is still open.
Oh, okay.
And as long as I can go to church, I'm going to go. Because I like the atmosphere a lot better than going to church online. I mean, you know what I mean?
I'm getting tired of the online stuff. Because Girl Scouts online, and that's like near impossible.
Oh, goodness.
And we're having to use Zoom, and I missed out on the deal that Zoom gave the girls, the national branch. So I only have the 40 minutes to do a Zoom meeting with 4th and 5th graders.
Oh.
It's so much fun.
That doesn't work too good.
No, it doesn't. And we're like supposed to be doing like badges and all this other stuff, and we're supposed to be doing it on Zoom. Fun.
Yeah. Oh my.
That and cookie sales is coming up. Yay. Not.
Oh.
Our troop isn't doing the cookie booths. I think we're going to do something. Grubhub is talking about joining the Girl Scouts and letting them using Grubhub to deliver cookies. So it'll be like an open cookie booth through Grubhub. So you know how like Grubhub delivers food?
They do?
From restaurants? Yep.
Okay.
So Grubhub offered to deliver cookies. So our head leader is going to be runs the cookies. She's going to do it out of her house, so we don't have to individually worry about it. So it'll count for each girl as part of their cookie sales for order. But I ordered a lot of cookies, so I hope I can sell them. I ordered 270 boxes of cookies.
Whoa.
That's 3 cases of each minus the new one, which is the Toasty Yays. And that's like a French toast cookie.
Ooh, yummy.
I don't know. Normally we get to try the new ones, and we didn't get to try them because, COVID.
Oh. It sounds good.
Yeah, and in our area, this is the last year for the s'mores cookie.
Oh.
I don't know if it's in anybody else's area, so you might want to find out if people want cookies.
Huh.
So, yeah. I'm like dreading it. I'm like, maybe we can do a cookie booth at the end of our driveway.
Sounds good. Hey, people buy them.
Yeah. And I already got some orders, already. So
yeah.
That's why I needed some cookies.
Yeah.
It's just, by the end of March, I'll be like, is cookie season over yet?
Yeah, I'm sure. So that's next month?
It starts in April. February, sorry.
February? Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
The East Coast starts earlier, and we start in February. I know some already started. It just depends on your region and what cookie company you're going through. Depends on how you get cookies.
Well, We used to have a Girl Scout that went to our church, but they moved.
Okay.
So we don't have any Girl Scouts in our church.
Yeah, we have a really good gluten-free one, but last year we missed out on like cases of the gluten-free cookies because the manufacturer didn't make enough.
Hello, Dee. Nice to see you. Welcome in.
Say that.
What?
I was just gonna say hello, Dee. Oh gosh.
11. One more to go on this square, and then I'll have 8 done.
You're flying through those.
Well, I don't know about that. Hey, hello, everyone. Yeah. Nice to see you, Dee. Let's see, channel talk. So tell me something about your channel, Dee. If you'd like to.
My channel's kind of on hold right now because it's been crazy here, so that's why I haven't been posting any videos, and why I haven't been on lives. So that's why. Oops, sorry. Trying to Christian talk at the same time is not working right now. So that's why I haven't added any new videos, and I have some stuff that I planned on filming. It's just I haven't had the chance to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, with kids at home, not going to school.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's kind of hard to film stuff.
Yeah, my son's home 24/7 because he's homeschooled, and my daughter has been home since Thanksgiving, and she's going back on Monday because we're having a controversy on getting her schoolwork done. So I'm kicking her out of the house and sending her back to school.
Okay. That sounds good. I'm a shout out channel. Oh,
it works.
I'm going to have to check that out.
Okay, I can find it.
Actually, what I really need is watch hours.
Oh, yeah. I need subscribers and watch hours, but that's not going to happen until I can get more films done.
Since I'm using this channel, I have enough subscribers. I just don't have the watch hours. I've only got like 100 and some odd watch hours. Because I had to take down a bunch of videos so that I could use this. Because there would be copyright problems.
Okay.
Yeah, and so it's a new channel. Okay. Well, that's cool. Maybe, I don't know how many people here have your channel, so maybe we can drop her link. Did you find her?
Yeah, I'm just waiting. Some reason it's taking forever to load, and as soon as it loads enough, I'll be able to drop her link.
Okay, that'd be cool, and maybe you can pick her up. Her channel.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's the right one before.
Oh, yeah.
That type of thing.
Yeah.
There we go.
So I'm not a shout out person, but I do like to do what I can to help others while I am live. Because we YouTubers, we're, you know,
okay,
we're
here is the channel. Okay, it should work.
Okay, so her channel is up. Please, everybody, go and check her channel out and subscribe to her channel.
Your channel will go up in the top. I will click it after we're done.
You'll do what?
I'll subscribe after we're done.
Yeah, same here.
It's up in the upper bar to my tab bar. It just takes me a little longer to find people's channels on here, and takes me longer to make sure that it's the right one and paste it. I don't have a big huge long list. I don't have a big huge long list like some like other people have on some channels, or that type of stuff. So so it takes me a little longer to pull stuff up.
That's okay.
I want to be surprised if my son's trying to attack. There's in the 80s there was a TV series called The Real Ghostbusters to go with the Ghostbuster movies. And the characters for the Real Ghostbusters are back in stores only at Walmart. So my son loves those characters, and we've been they have a brand new the Nerf gun that came from the 80s. They redid it. So we're able to get him that. So he's having fun taking out Slimer and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and all the little ghosts that came with the characters. So yeah.
Oh yeah. But didn't Slimer become a good ghost?
It depends on your point of view.
Okay.
In the Real Ghostbusters, yes. Slimer is like their pet. In the movies, Slimer is more of a nuisance than anything. And the girl Ghostbusters, Slimer was a nuisance because he kidnapped the Echo One or whatever they called it. Okay, she says that she also does shout outs and crafts.
Okay. Well, yeah, I am going to have to take a look.
Yeah.
And subscribe. That will be cool.
It finishes after we're switching games.
Yeah, I need a film. I made a box from using the little Jenga blocks from the Dollar Tree. I made a box. Out of it. It's in the living room. Of course. So I need to make up a video on how to do that. Because, I mean, even though it's simple, it's just figuring out how many blocks to use is what the problem is. And the only thing that, I pretty much used all products that were from the Dollar Tree, all but the paint. I used paint. So
Yeah.
Oh, and sandpaper. I had leftover sandpaper from Walmart, but you know, you get like a huge packet of sandpaper.
Right.
But most of it, so everything was pretty much $1 or lower. So it's an easy project, and I did it to make sure that it was completely dry between me finishing it and painting it. It took me 2 days, but that's because I wanted to make sure that everything was dry and so it wouldn't fall apart as I painted it. So
yeah, I've got a boatload of popsicle sticks that I need to make something with. I think there's over 200 popsicle sticks. And somebody told me, I think it was Shonda Rose, her grandmother had a lamp made out of popsicle sticks. And I'm like going, well, maybe I will make something similar to it.
You can make candle holders, like you can just stack them up and then make like a pyramid type thing or I've seen people make like decorative like boxes that they put on the wall, and then they put something like light in it, so it's probably like a fake flower or something in there, or a picture. What else have I seen? There's something else, and I can't think of it.
But yeah, I mean, I'm going to use either markers or paint to change the color, of course.
Yeah.
And yeah. I had my grandkids make little frames for their mom.
Oh, that would have been cute.
For her birthday, I think it was. Yeah.
Another thing that you can use to have kids make frames, use the popsicles, and then use puzzles like that are missing pieces that you don't care about, and then make puzzle pieces, and it makes it really colorful and different.
Oh, yeah, that sounds cool.
Sorry, I used to work at a daycare, so I know some of these art projects.
Sorry, I was looking for ideas.
The simple art projects I could come up with really easy because we probably did 20 million of them through the time that I worked at a daycare. I literally worked at a daycare until I was pregnant with my daughter. So I worked from when I graduated high school to my daughter, who is 10. So if that gives you a rough idea how long I was doing daycare, yeah.
Long time.
Yeah. You hear about teachers getting burned out? Try daycare workers.
Oh, good grief. I worked at a daycare, I don't know how many years ago it was, but and I'm not going to say what daycare chain it was.
That's fine. Good night, Dee. Sorry.
Oh, it was nice meeting you.
And she's going to bed. So.
Good night, Dee. But I will never work for another place like that again. Never.
The last place I worked at was the better of the ones that I've worked at, but it still wasn't that great.
Yeah.
It was great for the kids, but not for the workers.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't feel like I was backed up on anything.
No.
I mean, yeah. When I quit, I did it over the phone, and I told them, no, I'm not giving you 2 weeks notice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done.
Okay, I'm going to turn off my camera. I have to go check on my son real quick.
Oh, okay.
So you don't have to stare at the wall. So you can grab a little picture.
That's okay.
And then while I'm checking on him, I'll make sure I grab that box so that I can show you when I come back.
Okay, sounds great.
Be back shortly, hopefully.
Okay. She turned her camera off. So I'm up here by myself for a little bit. Did I do that again? Huh. Okay, that was chain 1. I know I chained 1 this time. But this is the last round. I finished it. I'm done with another square. I am done, I am done, I am done. Twist it around a time or 2, and then and there we go. Okay, now to sew in my ends. That's the only part of all of this that I don't like a lot. At least, though, I'm not going to prick myself with the end of this because it's blunt point. That's words I'm looking for. Blunt point. And I like that. Okay, now let's go up. Let's go up this side. I'm doing this a little differently than I've been doing them. And I want to see if it looks better. I think it looks better. Yes. So, let's see. I took it up through there. So, I'm going to need to take it through over here and then down again. And then through there and there. Okay. Maybe it's better, maybe not. Okay. So that one has been sewn in. this, well, I didn't do it with the other ones, but let me see. I'm sewing in my ends. I finished it.
Okay, so this is the box that I did.
Oh, nice.
So,
I like it.
I don't know if you were on Triple C's and the Dana and Joe show, and I said that I was making a box. That was this.
Okay. No, I probably wasn't.
So it's just painted white and then basically antiqued the gray on it, and then I modified it to give it that shiny coat.
Ah, yeah.
So
that is cool. I like it.
So Dollar Tree.
Yeah.
Those are Dollar Tree blocks, and the glue was that Aliens tacky glue, and then the spackle that you can get to fill in the holes.
Yeah.
And sandpaper. Oh, and my daughter's bringing the characters that I made last night.
She's doing what?
My daughter brought me the characters that I made last night that she had to have. It's the Among Us characters.
Yeah.
It's a game.
Oh.
I don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Here's number 8. Huh.
It's like I make little itty bitty characters and my daughter steals them anyways, so it doesn't really matter.
Oh.
She's like, it's so cute.
Yeah.
Most of them are already seen the ghost and the candy corn.
Yes. Oh, yeah, Mimi, D-Spot went to bed.
Yes, she did. Thanks. My daughter is being her obnoxious, annoying self right now.
Oh.
So she's trying to make me laugh.
Let me see. Oh, I've started using my blessing box.
Okay.
It's cool.
Are you putting like what you're thankful for in a day in there, and then so that
well, not every day, but I've got a pile.
Wow. I should probably do that, especially when I'm having problems with my son, and then that would make me feel 10 times better.
And then when you're having a hard time, you take them out and look at all the blessings.
Yeah, I should do that, or look at what he's accomplished and write what he's accomplished. And then when he has like his meltdowns, then okay, it's just one problem.
Right.
But kids are sweet sometimes.
Yeah, make it an accomplishment box.
Yeah.
For him. And then you can look back and see what he's accomplished.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
He's changed drastically since we moved into our house. What was it, 2 years ago? We're on our 2nd year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, his vocabulary has grown. His behavior has, like, changed. Our stress level has dropped.
Oh, good.
We were from 7 o'clock till, like, 8 a.m. We had to keep the kids quiet.
Oh.
Not talk loud. We cannot barely have the TV up loud. So it was really stressful trying to keep an autistic 12-year-old, 13-year-old quiet and 5-year-old quiet. No, 6-year-old quiet is like pulling teeth. And you live in an apartment, and the building was built in 1970, so like the concrete's broke in places, so like it moves. And I mean, you live in an apartment. My husband's 6'8", so he's kind of not like a light walker.
Oh.
Imagine walking. We spent the whole time, every time that we lived in that apartment, tiptoeing around the house so that we wouldn't.
Lord have mercy.
And then we ended up getting kicked out because we were too loud because of the noise.
Oh.
Yeah. Technically, they could have gotten in big trouble, but.
Wow.
My son is 16 and my daughter is 10. Somebody was asking the question.
Yeah.
So. And my son has autism and Down syndrome. So, a double whammy. So.
I'm going to work on something different.
I don't blame you. Like I said, I did those characters last night because I got tired of doing the projects that I've been doing. So yeah. I need to feel like I'm actually getting something done. Oh, no. Okay.
Do I want to use this, or do I want to use a 4.5? Probably. Oh, hello, Dana.
Yep, she said she was finishing.
I'm still here. Just finished. Okay.
That is fine. We can understand not taping anything, especially if you're writing a pattern.
Yeah, that works better. I don't want to use a 5.0 though. I want to see how this yarn will do making a snood. So that's what I'm doing. And at some point this weekend, I think I will write a pattern for the snood that I'm making.
Oh, okay. I made an ice cream. Oh my goodness. A sunflower like table mat, or I don't know if they're classified. You can put something on it.
Hot pad?
No, it's not a hot pad. It's a table mat. I need to write the pattern for it because I made it for somebody. That's a sunflower. I don't know if you can see it. It's like
okay,
obnoxious.
That's nice.
So I made it, and I need to write the pattern for it. And I know I didn't charge as enough for it as I should, but it was the first one, and I redid it like 4 times, and I was just thinking enough. And I'm a perfectionist. I have to have it perfect before I technically sell stuff, so it has to be perfect, and it wasn't, so I didn't sell it as I should. So
yeah. Okay.
And there is no sunflower patterns like on Ravelry or YouTube. Well, there is one, but it's not in English at all. So and I did it completely different than she did, but
yeah.
So.
Okay, now let's do this correctly. I guess it was correctly. Oh well, whatever.
I think I need to like send it to somebody and like hopefully figure out what my abbreviations and what I'm trying to say is, and then have somebody fix it. Writing the pattern.
Oh.
The right patterns worth the.
Well, hey, yeah, if you need someone to test it.
So it would be like one of those, like I from the pattern that I got, I'll end up doing it again and then seeing if people can figure out what my thought process was.
Yeah. I've only really written one pattern, well, two, but they're similar.
Mm-hmm.
They're hooded cowls.
Okay.
Goodies. And I wrote a pattern. One is smaller than the other. One is, well, I wasn't real imaginative with the name, but I just called it a hooded scooty. And on one of them I put large, and on the other one I put, did I put medium or small? I don't remember. But they're, similar.
Mm.
It's just that one is bigger than the other one.
That's the thing, like for clothes, I wouldn't know what the measurements would be, like the adjustments, because I would make it to fit my body, and unfortunately, I'm not the same as everybody else.
Right.
So be like, oh, here's these measurements, just adjust it. That's how some people, you can adjust it. You just have to figure it out how to adjust it. And I'm like, I don't know if I could do that to people, like not give them the exact measurements to adjust the pattern.
Well, yeah, and the pattern that I used for the sweater that I made, I used like two different sizes. One size in one spot and another size in a different spot. So, yeah.
Like this is supposed to be like a small, and this is for my daughter, and she's going to end up swimming in it. Figuratively speaking, considering it's part of her swimsuit cover. So, I mean, it's just like, I don't know.
Yeah. You just make your own adjustments. Make it
here's the spacing you need for the spacing. Just dump a couple stitches off if you need to, or add a couple stitches.
Yeah. That's pretty much what I did with the pattern. I didn't really follow the pattern. Yeah. I didn't even use their stitch.
Mm-hmm.
I used my own stitches on it. And they used a stain stitch for the whole thing. Yeah. And I decided that for the arms and the back, I wanted to have half double crochets.
Oh, okay.
So I did that. And for the front, I did, first I did a regular double crochet, then a front post double crochet, then a regular, then a front post, then a regular, then a front post.
Okay.
For the front. So it came out like, real good.
Yeah, it's like this one. This one was like one of those patterns that was like on yarn inspirations, and they used a 6-weight yarn, and it wasn't even, and it was labeled as a swimsuit cover up, but it was a 6-weight yarn, and it wasn't a cotton yarn. It was like an acrylic blend kind of yarn.
Yeah.
And I was like, it's a swimsuit cover up. Wouldn't you want cotton? So, I mean, I shrank it down to a 4-weight because that's what I'm using.
Yeah.
And then the stitches were, the posts in this were supposed to be triples.
Oh.
So it was like big, huge holes. Even with the 6-weight, they would still be huge holes.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, I don't know about anybody else, but if I'm having a cover up for a swimsuit, I really don't want gigantic holes.
Right.
So, I mean, I changed the stitches because I changed the height because I did doubles. And then, I think I changed how many to start with. I changed that. So, I mean, I completely, and then the hook size I changed. Maybe I didn't. The hook size is an 8mm. So.
Okay.
But I mean, I was like, I can't afford a 6-weight yarn for one. 6-weight, you know, the standard yarns seems like they're the cheapest, and even though the skinny yarns you get less, but you still pay more. Or the big ones, you get less yarn and you pay more for a thicker yarn. Right. So it's like, I'm just going to keep to my 4-weight and do it that way. So
right.
It's what I have on hand. So
that's what I use most of the time.
Yeah.
Although I have used heavier weight yarn, and lighter weight yarn, because this here is made with a lighter weight yarn.
Yeah.
I
have a 3-weight, but that was like, I got it on sale at Joann's. So it's like even cheaper than like the 4-weight. And it was like a name brand yarn. It was that cupcake. So it was like 2 something. So I got that. And I always when I buy my cotton, I buy them on the spool instead.
Oh.
It's cheaper in the long run.
It is?
Yep.
Oh.
And you can find them on sale too. So it's like you can find them when they're on sale, it's like $9.99. $9.99. So if you find them on sale, then you get them. And I get them in the spool because like the little packages of like the Premier Home Cotton is like almost $2 now. So it's like in the long run, that's cheaper with 570 yards. Hold on, let me look. Getting up a second. Oops, my yarn just fell. So this is like 700 yards. So you get a spool of 700 yards. You get.
What kind is it again?
What?
What kind is the other stuff again?
It's the Premier Home.
Premier Home. Okay.
It has like, it's cotton, but it has polyester in it, so it makes it really soft.
Oh.
So it's softer than like, you know, the apple, what is it? Peaches and cream or whatever it is. But you get like these little things for $2, and there's 96 yards in them. So you get 700 for $10. I'm gonna, even if I have to pay shipping, I'll pay shipping for $10. big chunk of
cotton yarn. Yeah.
That is super soft and really good for making clothes if you want to make clothes, and base washcloths because they're really soft. So
I mean, the other yarn is good for the kitchen, the rough stuff.
Yeah, I have problems crocheting with that. I split it all the time. I gave it to my mom crochets, and I ended up giving her a bag of yarn that I literally kept having arguments with. So I gave it to her and it passed it off to her. Your mom had this. I hope you could use it. Because
arguments with yarn, huh?
It's like,
yeah,
I did some reason. I have problems with Pure and Simply Soft. I don't know why, but it always splits on me. Like I was only doing one string of the, multi-fibered, cluster, and I was always having problems with that. I know a lot of people don't, but for some reason I kept having problems with it. And I got it on clearance, so I got 2 of them, and I ended up giving it to my mom. I'm like, this is really good yarn. It's just, it doesn't like me. Here, have it.
Right. Yeah, I don't like yarn that splits. It just drives me batty.
I mean, splitting is okay, like, if it happens every so often. Like, some yarns split, but you're able to control the splitting. Like,
yeah.
Like this red heart yarn. Every so often I catch just one strand because it's one section was looser or something.
Yeah.
So I'm able to work with it and just deal with the splits and then, undo the stitch. But if it constantly happens, it's like enough of yarn, I'm done. I'm not going to use that yarn anymore. It could have been that bunch of yarn, but since I have problems with getting yarn, I try and make sure that it's yarn that's on the cheaper side, because even though that I'm selling some of my projects, I'm not selling enough to buy the more expensive yarn if it's not on sale. So I know a lot of people have that problem, but it's just, a lot of people don't say that they're having that problem.
Yeah.
It's like, I'll say that I'm having problems getting yarn because we don't have enough money, because everybody else is the same way and they're just not saying it.
They just don't want to say it.
I'm like,
well, I'll say it myself.
I'm like, I buy Walmart yarn because it's cheap and it's affordable. Yeah. I buy it because it's in my price range. I'm not going to pay $10 for a thing of yarn when I can buy Walmart yarn right now and have it just as good, if not better, than some of the other more expensive yarns.
I buy yarn when I'm buying from the other places, I buy it on sale. Otherwise, I don't get it.
Like
it has to be on sale.
Yeah, I bought Big Twist when it was on sale at Joann's. I bought the Cupcake yarn when it was on sale. And like I said, I buy my cotton when it's on sale, and I can get in the school on sale. I just have to make sure that I have enough to cover shipping. So I
mean, getting yarn when it's not on sale can be very expensive.
I mean, if this is your main job and you don't have to worry about supporting the rest of your family, then you can get more expensive yarn. But if you've been, have a ton of subscribers and, you're actually making more money on your channel, then you can buy yarn. But you have to, some people don't realize that you have to think first and not overindulge on this is our habit. Crochet is our habit, but we need to remember that you don't always have to feed your habit by buying new yarn.
Right.
You can have a yarn addiction, but buy stuff from Goodwill or, find your sales. Feed your addiction that way, but don't go crazy on your addiction of yarn sales.
Right.
Buy what you think you need. Because, I have a ton of yarn, but I try and I'm going to try and use that yarn before I even get more yarn.
Yeah.
New thing
most of the yarn I have is partial skeins.
Yeah.
That I was either given or I had used it a long time ago. And most of my yarn is partial skeins. So when I have a project that I need to do, I have to go out and buy the yarn for it.
Yeah. So I have the Walmart Mainstay yarn. So but I have a bunch of skeins that were from 2 years ago when they clearanced out a bunch of yarn and then they changed their dye lot. So the yarn doesn't match now with their previous dye lot.
Right.
So I find, and they're partial skeins. So they're rolled up and they're they're small little cakes because I have a winder. So they're small little balls, but it's not enough to do these big projects that need more yarn.
Because
I
have a winder too.
Yeah. See, this is the old Mainstay gray that they had. It doesn't match now. It's lighter. So I have this size, and then I have one larger, and then I think I might have a full skein of that, but it's not enough to make clothes out of, because that's what I was going to do. I was going to make clothes out of it and then realize that it was 2 different colors. So
that makes it difficult.
Or when
and this yarn, I don't know how much I actually like it because I think it's 3-ply and it's splitting. So I have to be careful when I bring it through the,
Well, I made a cardigan, and unfortunately I was doing it how the pattern wanted. It required a 5-weight yarn, and I don't have 5-weight yarn. So I doubled up a 4-weight yarn to get as close as possible. Right with the yarn weight or whatever. And I was like, I'm not going to buy any more yarn. I literally got done with the front panel. The back panel was all together, and was halfway done with the sleeve, and I didn't have any more yarn.
Oh no.
So, and I wasn't going to buy anymore because I refused to. I got to the point where I was like, I'm not buying any more yarn. I need to use what yarn I have. So I ended up taking it all apart. So now I have a bunch of gray little, oops, that one's attached. Gray little cakes, because this is the yarn that I used. And I'm redoing it with a smaller hook and only one strand. So I had to change the stitch count on it because, you know, the stitch
Yeah.
count was off because it's not as thick. So I had to change the stitch count. So it's completely not really
Oh,
pattern anymore.
yeah.
The design is still there, but the stitch count's not. The weight of the yarn is not. The hook
Right.
is not.
It'll be different, but I'm
Uh-oh.
almost halfway
Right.
done with crocheting this onto the
But this is
I
what the
don't
cardigan
know.
looks like.
Oh,
So this is
nice.
the.
I
So it's
love it.
basically you do the whole entire like section, and then you divide up the front panel and the back panel. So like I'll have to figure out the count of how many stitches I need in the center for the neck, and then go that route. So fun. So this is my completely redesigned stitch. I don't even know what the stitch is. I know there's a name for it, but I have no idea what the stitch name is for.
Now, is it like single crochet for a bit and then double crochet for a bit?
Hold on.
Or
Sorry,
something similar to that?
Sorry, I'm losing my hook and my loop. I have a stitch marker and it was split, only got one strand, so I was fixing it before it like ruined the whole entire. No, it's all double crochet.
It is?
Yeah, it's double crochet. Those are double crochets.
Okay.
So it's like double crochet.
I was looking at it wrong.
So like it's like 3 stitches, and then you chain 3, and then you do 5, and then you do 3, skip 3, chain. So like you're skipping 3, but when you skip 3, you chain 3, and then you go that all the way down. And then on the row back, you do basically double crochets all the way down, but you make sure that you go down to
the one before.
Yeah, so like you chain into that skip section, so like it has that drop down, but you don't like stretch your yarn, so it kind of like has that droppy look to it.
I see. Okay, that's what I was seeing then.
Yeah, it because of the drops.
Yeah,
I'm holding it sideways.
It's pretty the way it drops. I like it.
So that's on hold right now because I'm having to redo it and wanted something simple that didn't require brain power.
Yeah.
I have 2 projects that require brain power, and I'm like, I need something simple. So I'm doing ponchos.
Yep. Well, that's pretty much why I'm doing this. I mean, yeah. I mean, I didn't really need brain power with the granny squares, but
no, it's the idea that you have to constantly count. It's like you're constantly counting, and that's for the swimsuit cover up and then that cardigan. It's like you constantly have to count, otherwise your stitch count will be off, and your whole thing, you'll have to redo the whole thing. And with the swimsuit cover up, I had to pull like 3 rows one time because like the stitch count was off, and you could tell because the doubles weren't lining up.
Yeah.
So you had to go and pull like 3 rows because it wasn't lining up. And you didn't realize it until after you started doing the next double crochet row, because you do double crochet and then a single crochet so that you got a gap. So it's like I did the next double and it wasn't lining up. with the rest of them, and I'm like,
Oh.
redo. Oh,
Uh-huh.
okay, redo again. Okay, I can do it. So if you don't count, it's like people are like, oh, do a project. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I can do a project. How many do I have to count over 10? It's like, do I have to count, like, is it really hard, or do I have to keep like track of a certain number? You know, some of these things you have to keep track of a certain number in a panel. And I'm like, if I have to keep track of that number, I'm not, because I can't count in you know, I get to like 50 and then I have to recount all my stitches because I lost count. So it's like, if I keep it down to 20 stitches in a cluster, I'm okay. That's why, like, you see, like, in the cardigan, like, it has, like, stitch markers on the bottom because I haven't taken them off.
Yeah.
Because I literally counted every 50.
Oh.
So that I would make sure that I got the right amount.
Hey, whatever you have to do.
But it's like, you know, people are like, oh, you've been crocheting for a while, you don't need stitch markers.
I have too, but I use them.
I'm like, I need the stitch markers to make sure that I get my counts right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dana. It's one of those projects that's on hold right now because my brain is toast.
Yeah. Stitch markers are amazing. Yes, they are.
I know.
I will totally agree with that. I use them when I need them.
Yeah, the only reason why I got some of these fancier stitch markers is because it came with my crochet hooks. So I got like 5 of these. So I've been using those. Otherwise, I use safety pins. I use the gold tint safety pins so you don't lose them.
I had a stitch marker out that I was going to use for the snood because, oh, good.
The reason why I'm laughing is because it always happens to me. I ended up buying an extra box of safety pins because, you know, I lose stitch markers. I think I only have like 4. I think I'm down to the 3 that are on there, and then this one. So I have 4. I think it actually came with a packet of 10 stitch markers, and I'm down to 4. So I'm
actually bought myself some safety pins to use as stitch markers.
So I'm better off.
But I don't know where I put them.
You know, some people are like, oh, I got these amazing stitch markers, and I wouldn't mind having some of them, but I would be more afraid of losing them than actually being able to use them. So I would still be using my safety pins. You know, you can buy a box of 900 safety pins for like $2.
Yeah.
And if you lose them, you lose them. And if the bag,
you can get some beads to decorate it with, you know?
I'm to the point where I'm like, if I lose a safety pin, I lose a safety pin. If the vacuum cleaner eats it, it eats it, type of thing. Or if the chair eats, or the furniture eats it, it's not a big deal, you know?
Right. Yeah.
So it's one of those.
Yep. Because I think I lost just about all my stitch markers that I did buy.
Yeah. See, I'm even surprised that I'm not using stitch markers on this for the corners to make sure that I get the corners.
Oh.
Because the last one I made out of the cupcake yarn. And then I went to fold it after I was done and realized I missed a corner. So it has like I did the last 4 rows of the poncho with a minus a corner.
Oh no.
So it's like, it's a curvy poncho on one side. So I did the corner all through the whole entire poncho, but the last 4 rows. So,
Oh.
and I'm not redoing it. It could stay that
No.
way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm like, so it's like I'm constantly looking to find out where my corner is on this one so I don't miss the corner like I did on the last one.
Uh-huh. So keep an eye on it.
If you see me, I'm like raising it up and looking for the corner. Where's that corner at? Am I getting there yet?
Yep. That sounds like something I'd do.
What, miss a corner?
Yes. I would.
When I was making those amigurumi dinosaurs,
Yeah.
you have to make sure your stitch count is correct. Otherwise, it becomes a complete mess. And there were times where I ended up sneaking a stitch in because, like, I missed one. So I ended up adding a extra stitch in because otherwise...
I've done that before. Actually.
Because I was like, I'm not going to undo this row and this row to get to this row because this row is one color. Because, you know, the dinosaurs had like 3 or 4 colors in the African flower. So it was like, and it was like you realize that you missed a stitch, like 2 rows after you missed a stitch. So it's like, okay, do I undo all the ones that I already did? Because I'm almost done with the color I'm on. And then I would have to rip out the color behind that to get to the one that I'm missing. Right.
Hey, Shonda. Welcome in. Nice to see you. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, I went out and bought some headbands so that I could make some more snoods. And I made one for myself.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to sell whatever else I make.
Okay. That makes sense.
So, yeah.
I made my husband some stocking hats, and he lost one. I think somebody from his shop took it because it was camouflage.
Oh.
So I made him 2 of that color because I got 2 skeins of the camouflage red heart yarn. And then I made him another one. I made it thicker, and it's extremely big on him because I doubled the yarn so it's thicker.
Yeah.
So it's warmer. Because I can't use animal product yarn because it makes my hands itch.
Oh.
So I had some wool yarn, and it wasn't like 100% wool. It was like a wool blend, and it felt like my hands were crawling. So it's allergic reaction to. I'm probably fine with other animal products, but until I can like sit and work with it, I'm just saying I can't use animal product yarn for right now. So I know for sure. Made an extra flowers project.
Ah.
Yeah, I have these skeins from Dollar Tree. I don't know if you've seen some of the small Premier acrylic
You
yarn.
don't really get much in my Dollar Trees.
I was able to get a bunch. I was gonna do a giveaway with it for like 100 subscribers, but like the shipping rate went up, and right now we can't afford to ship anything, so it's
Oh.
because I have it in a bag ready for that, but it's gonna have to be used for something else.
Yeah.
I can't afford to do giveaways right now. I would love to do it so that way people can get the Dollar Tree yarn that they can't get normally.
Yeah.
Because I have, every time I see it, I try and pick it up so that they keep getting it. Because if you only get it only certain times, then they won't carry it. Because that's what I talked to. Because
I don't think ours ever carried it.
Because I talked to them and they says if they have it and it doesn't sell, then they won't get it again. And I go,
yeah,
specialty yarns that a lot of people don't want to use, and that's why the Dollar Tree has them, is because they can't be sold in the regular stores.
Oh,
and no one's going to buy them. But if you get yarn that people will buy, they will buy it. And I says, oh, they have like that loop yarn. It was like neon yellow loop yarn. Those loop.
Yeah.
I was like, that yarn's not for me, but it could be for somebody else.
Right.
But then there was like, for a while they had this yarn that was like discontinued like 2 years ago. They had it last year. It was discontinued 2 years ago before that. And it was like, the top was like where the thread yarn was, and then it was like a mesh type pattern underneath. And I was like, that was when I was first starting crocheting, so there was no way I was going to be able to use that.
Right.
And I still don't know if I would be. I'm not that great at dealing with that type of yarn yet, so I have problems enough with shawl and the ball, so I don't. Shawl and the ball and I don't get along.
I haven't tried it.
I have it. I like the yarn. I really do. So it's not going away. It's just I've ripped it out of projects so many times because I want to use it, and then I can't because I end up having problems.
Oh, yeah.
So I tried doing the African flower with the shawl and the ball.
Yeah.
It's great. Only if you don't want to be able to see your stitches.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, Dana loves shawl and the ball.
I know. I like it. It's just I have an argument with it, but I'm not giving up on it.
Or it has an argument with you.
It's one of those yarns that I really like, so I'm not going to give up on it. But I have to find the project for it, I guess, that I can handle. I mean, I like the feel of it. I like the colors and everything with it, but
Shawl in a ball is for shawls. That's why it's called shawl in a ball. Try it for ponchos or shawls.
I tried that, Tina. I had an argument. So I was trying something different because I wanted to use it, and it worked unless I just need magnifying glasses to be able to see my stitches.
I see. Okay.
Because the stitches are so small, because the yarn is so thin, even though it says it's a 4-weight, the yarn is thin. See?
Oh. Okay. Did you try it with the poncho I make by Bag O' Day? Crochet loose with it.
Yeah.
Not tight at all.
No, I didn't, and I was having arguments with it. So right now it's on it. The yarn is on a timeout right now. It's a timeout project yarn. And then I will try picking it up again. Hey, people put their projects on timeout. Why can't I put yarn on timeout?
Hey, why not? I've done it before.
Especially when it's like a yarn that you really want to use. You just don't want to give up on it. It's just...
Uh-huh.
That was like that Karen Simply Soft. I shouldn't have given up on it, but it's like I got to the point where after making a hat with it splitting the whole entire time, I just gave up on that. And I probably shouldn't.
I usually use a 6.5 to 7 millimeter hook.
Okay. I'll have to make sure I write that down. So that I make sure that I use the right hook. Because right now I'm pretty much making the poncho that Dana always makes. And this is the 6.5.
Okay.
So
I haven't tried making a poncho yet, but that is next on my list.
her ponchos are really easy. Like I tried to make one and then like I end up, I don't know, I just get tired of it. So like I take it apart.
Ah.
Crochet really loosely. Okay.
See, that's my problem. I am not a loose crocheter. I just am not.
And that's probably why this one is turning out okay, because it's a 4-weight and it's thicker, and it makes it loose. So maybe that's it. And I keep reminding myself that it needs to be looser so that it drapes better.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dana does make them look amazing.
She does. Definitely. I'm not a loose crocheter, but I had to learn for that yarn. Okay. That means if I want to try that yarn, I will have to learn to be a loose crocheter.
Or just go up a couple the hook sizes.
Or use a bigger hook, yes.
That's what I'm thinking of doing is when I make it again with that yarn, I think I'm going to go up a couple of hook sizes, even past the ones that Dana suggested, because I do crochet kind of tight. Not
I don't
on purpose.
know what it is with me. I feel like if it's not tight, it's not right.
Well, see, the thing is,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. And the thing is, I make stuffed animals, so you have to have your stitches tight.
Yes.
So that your stuffing doesn't fall out.
Right.
So it's like, you know, this is my standard hook that I use for crocheting stuffed animals. So it's like the F hook from what was it? 3.75.
Okay.
So this is the hook that I normally use to make my stuffed animals with. And I mean, you crochet really tight. This I think I use like a 2 because of how thin the yarn was, but
yeah. And that's probably why I end up having to do 12 rows for a 13-inch granny square, because I crochet tight.
No, I use acrylic yarn when I make my stuffed animals. I don't use nylons.
Yeah.
Oh, Christy was saying that you don't use nylon yarns to make stuffed animals. I was saying that I don't.
Yeah.
I use acrylic. The dinosaurs I made, I used Joanne's Big Twist. And then I've also made some of the stuffed animals with Walmart's Mainstay.
No, pantyhose.
Okay.
In other words, she's saying you cut like the pantyhose to size and stuff the pantyhose and then put it inside the
stuffed animals.
Stuffed animals, I think is what she's saying.
That makes sense. But, you know, some of these, I don't know if you know about, okay, that's what she says correct.
Okay.
I made the African flower stuffed animals. So you have these big gaps, like you have the corner gaps and the center gaps. Even though you pull up really tight, you still have a bunch of these gaps. You can't really tell with this color yarn. And I don't have any, wait, I might have one. No, nope, this is the regular granny. So this is one that I made as a test for one of my others for the hippo pattern for the amigurumi Heidi Bears one. So
that is pretty.
And unfortunately, I don't have all the colors, so the hippo's not going to be this color. So I don't know what it's going to be. So the hippo is on a timeout too because I have to figure out what color yarn I'm going to do. My husband got in his head that he really wants the Heidi Bear dragon that is on her pattern bundle, in her patterns. He really likes them. So as soon as I finish up some of these bigger projects, that will be my other project that I'm going to do. And then I found a pattern that I paid for. It's an African flower amigurumi, and it's a pig. The problem is the pattern is not written very well, so I'm going to have to be spending my time trying to dissect the pattern to make it work. It's one of those patterns that they used, like they typed half of it in like Word and then did like the shapes and like PowerPoint and then pieced them together. It's like the shapes don't match up. You have to figure out which sides you have to sew together, that type of stuff. So, and plus, they don't exactly tell you how to sew. If you don't know how to make an African flower, you wouldn't know how to sew the flowers. So it's like one of those patterns that needs work. They need to do some major editing. But it's might be one of those projects that I completely revamp it. I won't be able to claim it as my own because it's not my own pattern design, but I completely redo the pattern in itself. It's just the block sizes would be the same. You know, the block counts would be what they have, and so
yeah.
I am astronaut.
She says she's got a bear in timeout. So what? So what type of a bear is it? Is it what type? There's like a ton of bears out there, so
I'm starting to
that
do
looks nice.
my mesh.
Oh, it's a Heidi bear. Okay. I looked at that, but I thought because the legs move, that was like one of those that I would have ended up putting in it, doing half of it and then put it in timeout as well. I have a feeling that the dragon's going to be in a timeout sometimes because that's a little more complicated.
Yeah. Three. It's hard to figure out how to evenly space these. You just got to guess.
Oh, on the spacing to go around?
Uh-huh.
That makes sense. Okay. I kind of stick to the 4-weight yarn due to cost. So the blanket yarn right now is currently not in my price range. I wouldn't mind eventually trying the blanket yarn. That sounds like, with it being so soft and squishy, that would be something that I would want to at least try on a baby blanket or something.
Yeah. I haven't tried it yet.
Like I said, blanket yarn right now is not in my price range.
I don't know if it will be in my price range anytime soon.
East and West Coast has better yarn sales than the Midwest, so you guys.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you guys have sales like no other.
We have lots of them.
I mean, if you get to like Joann's or Michael's, you can get their sales. But like, there's we have none of like because of the distance where stuff is shipped.
Oh.
It's like we're in our own little world pretty much because we live literally in the smack dab of the United States. And I mean, things come out in California and we get it 2 years later because of the time frame. You know those metal scooters that the kids rode that had like the the rollerblade wheels? Like they were literally in California a year before we got them.
Wow.
In Nebraska. So, I mean, we're way behind. So, like, I have a learning disability. So, I have an IEP. So, according to my IEP, I'm supposed to get extended testing time and be able to use a calculator for math sections. And I wanted to be a teacher. Well, in Nebraska, they do not make accommodations for the entrance exam to become a teacher.
Oh.
So
I had to take the math exam twice.
So if you had to do that, you had to take that test twice. I would have to literally go to the East or West Coast to take my PPST test. And if I had to take it again, I would have to go to the East or West Coast again to take my PPST test so that I would get accommodations to go with my IEP.
Oh.
So that's why I'm not a teacher.
Yeah.
My cousin's a teacher and she's like, there's no way Heather is going to be able to do this. And then we did some research to find out, because I took a lot of my classes to become a teacher. And I was to the point where I needed to take my entrance test to actually be a teacher, to actually take the core class. And found out that Nebraska is behind on their accommodations for people with special needs, or entrance test. Sorry, I have issues with some words.
Yeah, but my biggest problem is, I can't add or subtract or multiply worth beings. I'm not good at it. And my mom told me that when I was in school, math was my hardest subject.
Mm-hmm.
And I do remember being pulled out for math.
Yeah.
And in high school, not being allowed to take algebra or anything like that. Because my math skills were not good enough. So I didn't have an IEP, but I was in classes for slow learners.
That's when they classified them as slow learners, not as people with special needs like they do now.
Right.
So, I know, like, mine is, with my learning disability, it's like everything is in a file cabinet and it's mislabeled. That's how it's described as my learning disability. So, like, it's all in there. It's just I can't find the information. Like, the information that's not even useful whatsoever, I can remember. But, like, if it's like school or history or, math, I can't add, subtract, multiply, or divide, but I know how to do the steps of complex equations. I can do those, no problem. So I have to have a calculator to be able to add, subtract, multiply, and divide. But I can do all these complex equations, and it irritated people. And then when I get into high school, and you take all these classes, and because of my learning disability, I couldn't take pre-calc, and there was no way I would have taken pre-calc or trig. So I took this one class. It was like a combination of trig, pre-calc. It had like a sample of all these different types of maths. Because it was a harder math, I realized I was dyslexic with my numbers. I would switch like if it's a 3-number equation, like answer or equation, I would switch the order of the numbers up.
I've done that.
And you wouldn't know that you're doing it unless you're having to pay attention to numbers. So, like, because it was this hard math class, I realized I do that. So now every time, and dyslexic is one of those that you can't really test for either.
Right.
So it's like, it was just written on, because when you go to college, when you go to a 4-year university, they need an updated IEP. So you have to pay to do the test. So the person that I was taking the test from, he was used to younger kids doing tests and the parents getting frustrated with the school system, so they pay him to do the test because the schools won't test their kids.
Oh.
So he tested me, and he proved that, yes, I do have a learning disability, which we knew. And then he basically says, "What do you need?" He goes, "You're old enough, you know what you need." I graduated from high school. He goes, what accommodations do you need? Because you know your learning disability, because I still qualified. Because of my scores, I still qualified. But he goes, okay, now I get to write what you need. What do you need? I go, okay, I need to be able to use a calculator on tests. They can't take that away from me. I need that. He goes, not a problem. And then I actually showed him when I was doing the math section of my test, I showed him my calculator. It was like one of those graphic calculators. So it was like one of those ones. He goes, you know how to use that? I go, yeah, I had to use that in high school. But it's like one of those things. It's like, when you get older, you have to be your own advocate. So it's like, okay, I need a calculator. I need extended testing time. Because if I have to finish it in a certain period of time, I will rush and bomb it. So, like, if you get you have an hour to take a test and then we have class. Well, I can't finish a test in an hour because, one, I read slower so that I can understand what I'm reading. Because if I don't read it out loud, I don't always, especially if it's academic, I don't understand what I read. So I need that extra time period to finish a test.
Right.
And then technically I could have somebody read me my test if it's a certain type of test.
Yeah.
Because I did have that as a stipulation on there that, you get these complicated, history tests with all the dates and everything. Sometimes it's like, if you read it, no matter what you do, you read it, it still goes flying past your head. If you're reading it. But if somebody else is reading it, you get it 100%.
Sometimes even when somebody else is reading it, I have a hard time figuring out what I'm supposed to be doing.
Yeah. So it's like I had like certain accommodations. And then I says, oh, by the way, I know this can be tested, but I'm dyslexic with my numbers. Can you please put that in my IEP? So like if I'm bombing math, they can look and see, oh, that's why she's bombing math.
Yeah. Well, I had to take pre-calculus in college.
Ugh.
I did okay figuring out how to do the formulas and that kind of stuff. But I mean, it would say 2 + 2, and I would put 5 or something like that.
Your brain is going faster than what. That's the one thing with when I'm trying to explain to people. It's like either we lose the information or our brain like skips ahead. It's like it can't concentrate. Yeah, we don't have ADHD, but it's pretty close because our brains aren't wired exactly 100%. So it's like they jump. And it's, trying to explain to people. I had an advisor that said that if you can remember that your phone number, that this is a scissors, and she had a pen and a paper. She goes, if you can remember that, then you should be able to do your adding and subtracting. And she goes, maybe post-secondary education isn't great for you. Isn't the best decision for you.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, and she was like the person that dealt with special needs children or adults, not children. Well, they're children now, but adults.
Wow.
So it's like I ended up, because she wasn't backing me with one of my teachers because she wasn't following my IEP. So I was trying to get support for the fact that they weren't following it, which is against the law. So she basically blew me off and told me that post-secondary education isn't the best decision for me.
Oh, good grief.
So, yeah. So what my dad did, I ended up getting my dad involved. Because my dad's been my advocate since I first got tested.
Yeah.
Plus the fact that we had people in the education department at our state level that are committee members. So we have their names and phone numbers and emails all on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
And we said, if you do not make this change and do not advocate for her, we will be contacting the dean of the school.
Oh.
So we pretty much went and we ended up sending him an email informing him of what the situation was. And literally the next year she was no longer as an advisor at that school, and she was no longer a special education advisor.
That's not what I was looking for.
That's the good measure.
But it will do.
Does it have a hook on it?
Yes.
Whatever
I need a stitch marker to know where the beginning is. It's kind of heavy, though.
Whatever you can use, right?
Yes.
But yeah, so she basically got demoted from her job.
Well, good.
Because of what she said and everything. It was funny that we got her transferred.
What is
no one's talking. No one's talking.
Yes, ma'am. I've got the bear in timeout. Oh, okay. Heidi Bear. Yep. I make a lot of old souls crochet amigurumi. Use blanket yarn.
Mm-hmm.
I hear ya. I can only buy it on sale.
Yeah, she
I'm
was
in
talking
Chicago. Okay.
Yeah.
3, 4.
Because like some of these like yarn manufacturers, like you can buy yarn from these yarn manufacturers, and they're either on the East or West Coast. So if you live on the East or West Coast, you get the yarn a little cheaper because you're not paying full price, expensive shipping costs.
Yeah, that's true.
So, and our sales,
my yarn is splitting.
Ugh. So like East and West Coast have like yarn sales like at Joann's, and by the time I get there, all the yarn's gone because it hasn't even hit the Midwest yet.
Oh.
And yarn's already gone because it needed to be shipped for somebody else buying it.
Oh.
So I try and keep up on I have the Michael's and Joann's app on my phone, so I get the national information. But if I wait for the sales ads, then I would miss the sales.
Oh.
I lost my hook. There we go. Is there anybody still in the chat?
There's people still in the house, but I don't know if anybody's talking in the chat. Really?
Nope. The last one was according to this, the timestamp was 10:56, and it's like 11:13 here. So.
Oh, I'm like 10:56. No, it's not.
I'm an hour ahead of you. I'm an hour ahead of you. An hour ahead. That's like Dana's an hour ahead of me.
Yeah, and 2 hours ahead of me.
Yeah. So it's like, she's like, oh, it's 2, and I'm like, why am I so tired? It's only 1.
I like when I get to the mesh part of the snood.
Yeah, because then you like fly through it, don't you?
Yes, it's a lot faster.
Yep, Dana says it's midnight here.
Midnight, wow.
Yep.
I'll probably go maybe another hour. Because I'm getting a little bit tired.
Okay, Dana.
I'm going to bed at 9.
Hey, I'm wide awake right now because, like I said, my son has not been going to bed, so he's like up all night. So I sleep during the day. So I'm like wide awake, kinda.
Oh.
I'm still tired because I haven't been getting that much sleep because, with my daughter being home, I've been having to help her with schoolwork. So in the last couple of days I haven't, and that's my fault because, I've slept. Not on purpose.
Well, if you need to, you need to.
Okay, Dana says she put the 2 new patterns. She just published 2 patterns on Ravelry, and that now I can make a buy one get one free sale. Okay, I'll have to look.
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to really look at. I got in your patterns when you done that free pattern giveaway on your live. I missed the last one. I think I fell asleep while the live was on.
Yeah.
But I try to get the patterns if I can. I might have to wait until next week, but by then the sale's probably over. That's normally how it goes.
Yeah. I've got to wait until the 25th before I can buy anything. Because that's when my husband gets paid, and then I can take my money out.
Mm-hmm.
And put it in my account, and then I can, I can't buy a lot.
Yeah.
But I can get a few things.
Yeah, I ended up buying a pattern from somebody, and then I realized after I bought it, when I was like looking at it to like make it, that I bought the wrong pattern.
Oh no, that's no fun.
Because she has it on her YouTube channel, because it's one of those that I watch on YouTube, and I wanted the pattern so that I can because she flies through it, and I cannot always catch.
Oh,
stitches.
Was it Jada and Stitches?
No, she goes pretty fast, but she actually breaks it down a little better. No,
okay.
it's who is it?
Ouch.
Oh great! I just pulled up my YouTube on my phone, and there's a picture of me on your live next to you, and I was like, oh great, that picture looks awful.
Oh no, you don't. You don't look awful.
Okay, it's Julie Knott's Crochet.
Julie Knott's. I've never been there.
She has some. Hers is more like clothing.
Oh, I don't do a lot of clothing.
It's like sweaters and cardigans.
Oh,
The one that cardigan that I showed you, that's where I got the pattern from. I actually bought the pattern off of her Ravelry account. And there was a it's like a shawl, a hooded shawl, I think what you call it. And it's a pocket, it has pockets. And I bought the wrong one. She had 2 of them and I bought the wrong one. So I'll have to like wait until I can get some more money and
yeah.
It's just that clothing takes so long to make. To me, it's like it doesn't seem like you're getting anywhere, and that's where I run in. I'm impatient, I guess. I want. If you don't feel like you're getting anywhere, it kind of
yeah. And Dana loves clothing.
Yeah. I like looking at the patterns and getting the patterns. This cardigan is the first one that I've actually made that is actual clothing.
I have made 2 sweaters. One of them, I didn't measure the arms, so I made them too big, too long. I mean,
I thought maybe you made one too short and one too long.
No, I made both of them the same size. They were both too long.
Well, at least you did that because that would have been me. I would have made one too short and one too long.
With the sweater I made recently, though, they're both the same size.
Okay.
And they both fit right. So I was happy with that.
Yeah.
Very happy.
Did you see the box that I made that I was talking to you about on your channel?
Yeah, you showed me a little bit ago.
Yeah. So I didn't know.
It is a nice box.
So hopefully it doesn't fall apart.
I bet you I could make a box with popsicle sticks.
Yeah.
And put it somewhere that I can put any mail that I get in it. Rachel's Adventures, hello. Nice to see you. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
All right, I'll be right back. I have to see what my son's doing. He's having an issue.
Oh, okay. So how are you, Rachel? Good, good. I'm good too. I'm just crocheting along. Oh, yeah, that's fine. The thingy is right up there. I am making a snood. This one I'll probably put in my Etsy shop. But I think I want to write the pattern down. That would be good. Go through there. Hello. Everything okay?
Yeah, he just needed some help with something.
Okay.
My presentation was terrible.
Roy was helping him. I snagged a cookie. So
3, 4. Okay, I think I finished 4, which means I want to do more.
hi, I'm
What's
Heather.
his name?
I'm Heather.
Are you going live tomorrow crafting? Yes, I am.
I just didn't get a chance to answer.
Huh?
I was gonna try and answer her, and you jumped.
Oh. Oh, she asked what your name. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Heather. Heather's Crochet and Create. So my channel's kind of on a timeout.
There we go. I love your name, she says. Good. Now, did I add? How many did I add? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I just realized that I moved my computer.
Yeah, you could kind of tell that my laptop has moved too, because it's not centered like it was when we first started. Because I'm sitting on my bed, so it's like every time I move, I have my laptop sitting on my laptop case, so it's like it moves with the bed.
Yeah. Yeah. These are kind of fun to make, actually. But I don't think I'll use this yarn again.
Which yarn did you use?
I don't know what kind of yarn it is.
Scrap yarn?
Yes.
Those little characters that I made for my daughter, that's where that I used. I used scrap yarn because it's like, I'm like, why should I use a new skein of yarn just for a little character that's about this big?
Yeah. I hear you on that one.
So I had to go through my yarn and go, here, pick the colors that you want from here. If they're wound up, you can use them. If they're not, don't.
Yeah. Definitely. I want to make a new stuffed animal for my grandson's birthday.
Okay.
Instead of giving him the octopus that I was going to give him.
Thanks, Rachel, for subscribing. I'm having issues talking tonight. It's just one of those nights. It's like some of the words are not coming out for me.
Uh-huh. I know what you mean.
Yeah, some of my videos aren't the best, especially that tutorial of the basket is kind of jumbled. Eventually, I want to redo it. I have an actual phone stand so that I can film using my phone better.
Yeah.
So, it should be, because when I was filming it, it was stuck on a bucket.
Oh.
So I could only crochet a certain distance.
Uh-huh.
Be a certain distance. so you wouldn't see the bucket. So now I have an actual phone stand that will attach to my table. It's a bendable arm, so I can use that. So
I've got to get one with a bendable arm.
I bought one and it came with the holder for my phone. So I'm able to use it with it all came together. So I didn't have to buy it in pieces. So I like that.
Uh-huh.
It was actually a birthday gift. So it was part of my birthday present from my parents.
Ah.
So the only problem is I have to actually take my phone out of my case because otherwise it doesn't fit.
Oh.
So
Okay.
Julie is making a snood.
Yes, a snood.
I had to make sure I said it right, so that's why I was saying snood. D. Emphasize the D.
Yes, I am making another snood. I got some headbands, like there was 12 of them. I made the snood that I'm wearing now using it, and I'm making another one. And I have 2 people that want me to make snoods for them. So, and then this one I'm going to put up for sale in my Etsy shop.
Yeah, that's the problem with Etsy I have is because a lot of people that are selling on Etsy are on the East and West Coast, so they can charge more than like what I can charge. So like if the lowest I have to go with the lowest price of something that's sold on Etsy because people in where I live look at Etsy and see what the price is and they'll pay for the lowest price no matter if it's bigger or more elaborate than on Etsy.
Yeah.
So like Joe said that the dinosaur should have been more than $85, which I completely agree. It should have been more than $85.
Uh-huh.
But because of the cost of items in our state and what people pay for stuff, that was the most I could actually get. Because I have a bunch of items that I quilted. So like this is quilted.
Yeah, I thought so.
But I have a bunch of items that I quilted, like baby blankets and that, and people won't pay for it because it costs more than what they think it should be worth.
Wow.
So like, you design an item completely from scratch and they won't pay for it because it costs too much. So like I had a set of tea towels, okay? And my grandmother cross stitched them. Sorry, I couldn't think of what the name was. And literally, I had to sell this set of seven tea towels. I had to sell them for $10 because in the state of Nebraska, we are cheapskates. And those tea towels were actually tea towels that came from my great grandmother's house. They were brand new. They weren't used or anything. And it was actually her pattern that her crochet cross stitch pattern that she had that we ended up putting on those tea towels, and we were going to sell them. And we were going to sell them for more, like $25, which would make more sense.
Right.
No, had to sell them for $10 or $15. I think I sold them for 10. So like a wool scarf, you would sell it for like $35.
Yeah.
I can't even sell it here.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah. So, like, I made some, I don't know if you know that I made some hornet nests out of crochet so that they keep the hornets away. And,
Uh-huh.
okay, so I would make them because I would use Walmart mainstay yarn, so it would be the cheaper yarn. So I would charge $25 because of the pricing them online through Etsy.
Uh-huh.
Compare prices on Etsy so that you're making sure that you're in their price range. The cheapest one is $20 with no detail to it.
Wow.
And mine has like bumps in it so that it looks more like a wasp nest.
Yeah.
But I went to try and somebody wanted to buy them. They wanted to buy 4. And I says, I'll charge you $20 a piece. You get a family discount of $5. Because
Okay.
it was a family member, so I was going to give her, because she wanted to buy so many, I was going to give her a discount.
Uh-huh.
You know, not much, but a discount.
Right.
You know, if somebody's going to buy a bunch, why not? But yeah, she changed her mind.
Oh, you're serious?
Yeah. Luckily, I didn't make it. So,
Yeah.
because that would have been a pain in the butt. And those wasp nests aren't easy either. Because the stitch
No, I'm sure.
changes almost every other stitch. So it's like singles, halves, doubles, and triples and slip stitches all in one project. And it's like all in one row too. Like you can
That
have all those stitches in one row.
that sounds difficult.
Let's just say when I did the pattern originally, my paper was marked up like you wouldn't believe because I had to mark the rows.
Uh-huh.
But I got smart this time, so if I have to make another one, I got those sleeves that you can mark on in the teaching section from Dollar Tree. So I'll be able to mark on that. So like if I completely mess up and I have to start all over, I can just wipe it all off so I don't have to like a different writing utensil or a different color or whatever.
Uh-huh.
So
I'm not one for using many patterns, even though I have a bunch of them. I just like making up my own stuff.
yeah. It depends on the type of pattern. Like if it's like a certain type, I might be able to I follow it, but then I would end up changing it. Like I would get halfway through and change it. Like this poncho that I'm making now, I haven't changed it. So the other one I didn't do, you were supposed to single crochet around like the neck, and I didn't do that because I ran out of yarn. Talk about playing yarn chicken. I played yarn chicken.
Uh-huh. Sounds like it.
And luckily, I won, even though I missed out one section. But that's okay. I can deal with not having the finishing edge around the neck, you know? I can deal with that.
Yeah.
Right now I got a knot. But I don't know.
Yep.
Because that's like that swimsuit cover. There was a pattern for that, like I said, and I ended up going completely off of the pattern and redoing it. And you were told you look tired.
Yes. It's past my bedtime.
I wish.
I'm usually going to bed about now.
I wish I could. It's like one of those throwing a temper tantrum because I can't go to bed yet. I want to go to bed, but I can't.
Yeah, I am.
I had somebody tell me, "Oh, why don't you just go to bed?" No, I can't go to bed. You don't get it. I can't leave him by himself.
No.
Well, he is by himself. He's like in another room, but
I know what you mean.
yeah.
Oh.
I have to be able to hear him. I mean, even though you're a mom, you have that mom like
Uh-huh.
you hear something and you can wake up, but it's not the
Yeah.
same as being actually awake and making sure that they're safe.
Yeah.
You know, one of those things.
Well, I know with my grandkids when they were small, I don't even know how I did it, but if they woke up in the middle of the night, I was up with them.
Yeah.
You know, if they were overnight at my house or something.
Yeah. But it's like, you know, yeah, he's 16, but he also has autism. He can,
Yes.
you know, he can put stuff in the microwave and not realize what he's putting in the microwave and set it on for like 3 minutes when he's supposed to set it on for like 30, you know, 30
Uh-huh.
seconds, you know.
Right.
So it's more of a safety thing. He's not a runner, so that's not that aspect. It's more of a, I don't want our house to be burned down, you know,
Right.
type of safety thing.
Yes. I totally understand that.
No, he can help himself getting stuff out of the fridge. I prefer to open, like if he wants a pop that's in a bottle, I prefer to open it instead of him because he uses his, he's resourceful. He'll figure out a way to get what he wants. So if it's sacrificing his teeth, he'll do it. So a pop bottle with his teeth. He opens a pop can with his teeth. He grabs the tab with his teeth and opens that. So, yeah, I have to try and do stuff for him. I don't do stuff for him. I just help.
Yeah. Keeping him from using his teeth.
Yeah. That, and sometimes he gets lazy and starts hollering because he can't get into what he wants.
Oh, yeah.
He was very independent. He could like get into his video games like no problem. And now for some reason he can't do it. So I have to like, he starts hollering, I have to help him.
Huh.
It's just sometimes they regress on certain aspects and then move forward on others.
That's true.
Or he's just really lazy, which is a very good possibility. He is a teenager, so, you know, that could be aspect.
Uh-huh. Teenagers can be like that.
Yep. It's like, okay, is it the autism or is it the teenager?
It's like, probably the teenager.
Exactly. So it's like every time he does something, okay, is that the autism, why he's doing it? Or is that him being a teenager, why he's doing it?
Uh-huh.
So it's like, if it's being a teenager, you can try and kind of maneuver him to actually do it. But if it's autism, there's no way that you can get him to do anything.
Uh-huh.
So it's like you're always asking yourself. People are like, oh, it will be so much easier when he becomes a young adult. Are you nuts?
How in the world would that be easier?
I have no idea. Well, they're like, oh, he'll be more independent.
No.
He's just bigger and harder to handle.
And harder to handle, yes.
Because he has Down syndrome, he has the strength of people with Down syndrome, but he has, yeah. He was a toddler and he was pushing a cube of pop across the floor. It was full.
Wow.
You know, those cubes that have 48 cans of pop in it?
Yeah.
He was pushing that across the floor when he was like 1.5, 2.
Oh, wow.
So he has the strength. So, you know, I kind of want him to be younger so, like, we can actually control him. And, you know, if he doesn't want to go someplace, we can pick him up and move him. Now, he's bigger than me.
Yeah. That's when it gets hard.
Yeah. And people are like, oh, don't you get support? No.
Don't you get what?
Support, like help from the state and the government.
You don't?
Nope.
Oh.
We don't qualify.
You don't?
Nope. Down syndrome is considered a cognitive disability, so it's considered a mental disability. So according to the state and federal government, mental disabilities do not get paid.
But the autism should qualify him.
But he's not medically diagnosed autism because his doctor would not diagnose him as autism. Only the school district. So he's educationally diagnosed as autism. He's been autistic since he was born, but at that time frame, it wasn't. They didn't dual diagnose kids.
Oh.
So when he was 6, they started dual diagnosing Down syndrome. So like you could have more than just Down syndrome.
Okay.
They found there was tests done, and Down syndrome is the health issues because of the extra chromosome, and the cognitive and anything else is something separate. If that makes sense. It's like, and chromosome is genes, and that's like body, and that's not brain function or speech function, or, you know, well, speech can be
but it does affect brain function
to a certain degree. They found that it doesn't affect the brain, like how they act, or like it was. The study showed that the Down syndrome is the health issues. So like, luckily my son did not have the health issues. He did not have the heart defect or the digestive issues or stuff like that. He had acid reflux for a while, but that was different. That's hereditary. But they proved by doing a study that it was the health issues. You can have other disabilities with Down syndrome. You just can't. You can have just not Down syndrome. So some of these doctors are still in that frame of mind that you have Down syndrome, you can only have just Down syndrome. But yet, people can have ADHD, Tourette's, autism, you know, all this other stuff, but Down syndrome is completely different. It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
So
That's weird.
Yeah, so there was like a huge medical study and everything, and I had to prove to the school district and everything that I had to bring in documentation from like studies and everything to prove, and then I had to bring in the state and the district that represents our school system, and had to bring them in and to get my son tested for autism. And the teacher's reasoning was he would sit in the classroom with his peers doing a project for 5 minutes, and then he would go off by himself. Because he sat with his peers for 5 minutes, they considered that as socializing.
No.
Well, it was,
not
but it
necessarily. I mean,
and then the fact that like in gym class, he wouldn't sit on the side of the room. He would sit in the center circle. And preschool, when they did the early intervention for like, the preschool studies, with the special education, they did circles. So like the kids would sit in the circle. So, you've done that for 3 years. What are you going to do? You're going to sit in the middle of the room.
Right.
Because he was sitting in the middle of the room, he was socializing.
Oh. Seriously?
Mm-hmm. I ended up asking for a whole new team to test him to prove my point. Because it was the same team that he's had since he was born. So I had to bring in a whole new team to prove that there was more to his disability than just Down syndrome.
Right.
And once I brought in a whole new team to test him, even the school psychologist was just the one that basically tells, yes, they have autism, because they can find the key points of it by the OCD stuff and the socialization, and that they just sit there and observe them and see how far they can push them, and that type of stuff. And my family has a thing with OCD. That's just something that we've had. It's hereditary. So my son's OCD that he's had wasn't really OCD. It was his autism.
Oh.
So like she goes, oh, it could be classified as OCD, but that's not OCD. That's even worse than OCD. So my son's OCD that we kept saying that he had is actually worse, because it's not just lining cars up by color. No, it's lining cars up by shape, color, and the back wheels had to all be in line with the other wheels. So it was like completely different than just the color had to be matching up, So, sorry, I get sidetracked away from crochet a lot.
Oh, that's okay. I don't mind. I don't mind talking about other stuff. This could almost be used as a collar.
Yes, it could.
Put it over your head and yeah.
Oh.
I know, kind of silly of me, but yeah.
So I'm trying to decide if this is done or not, this poncho. I might have to, this is the amount of yarn I have left from this.
Then I guess it's done.
But I don't think, I'm hoping that I can get to the end, because there's the end. And there's where I left.
Oh.
But I do have another ball of the same yarn. So I can make another one. It just depends on how big it is. I have to figure out if it's big enough or not, if I need to add another ball or not.
Yeah.
But it should be nice and drapey.
Yep.
We'll see.
Definitely.
I need to finish at least one project sometime today, hopefully.
I'm okay not finishing a project today because four, 5, 6. I'm getting really tired.
Yeah, it's 10:55 there.
9:55.
Is it?
9:55 here.
So you're almost 2 hours behind me.
Am I?
11:55. I'm 11:55.
Oh. Oh.
Well, I might a little bit.
Yeah, you're 2 hours behind me. Okay.
Oh. Oh yeah, because Dana and Joe are on Eastern time.
Yeah, I'm Central. And you're Mountain? No.
Pacific.
Okay. The United States needs to straighten out their time zones.
I'm in Washington State. That's Pacific.
Oh, that is Pacific.
Yep.
Not where you're at. That's the time zone you're in.
Uh-huh. Yeah. That's where I'm at.
I lost in yarn chicken.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh, no.
All right.
That's no fun. You're
Luckily,
supposed to win.
You
Well,
can't win.
I am going to have to put myself to bed here.
Lucky. I'll be lucky before I can go to bed at 5. If I'm lucky, I can go to bed at 5 a.m.
Yeah, I'm
Oh my goodness. I can tell.
You can tell.
I'm like trying to cover the name that this is my, caffeine is my friend, and it has been my friend, but it's 10 times better than when I was in high school. It's not as strong as when I was in high school.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, caffeine is not my friend because I can't go to sleep when I want to. So I even drank decaffeinated tea.
Oh, okay. I like decaffeinated tea.
Yeah, it's Earl Grey. I like Earl Grey tea. But I have to get decaf because, I mean, I can drink a caffeinated tea earlier in the day.
Okay.
Not at night.
Yeah. So the pot that I drink is 10 times less caffeine and better for me than when I was in high school, which I drank Surge in high school.
Oh.
And I drank a lot of it in high school.
Yeah.
So, Surge was really big when I was in high school.
Yeah.
Now you can't even find it because it's not safe. Because it has too much. It has more caffeine in it than energy drinks.
Yeah.
And they sold it to high school kids.
Probably not the best.
But
yeah.
So people are like, oh, you drink too much caffeine. My doctors are like, she can drink how many cans she wants as long as it's not what she had in high school.
Oh.
I don't care. As long as it's not Mountain Dew or Surge, I don't care.
I do at times drink Mountain Dew.
Yeah. I know.
But only if I need to stay awake.
I avoid it because of the whole high school thing. Because I'm like, I'm not going down that route.
Oh. My kids never had problems with Mountain Dew.
Well, I was at high school from 6 o'clock a.m. to 9 p.m.
Oh.
So I was at the high school a long time.
Yeah.
So caffeine was my friend, and then I went home and studied.
Mountain Dew is best.
Oh.
That's why Surge was my friend, and a lot of us drank it all the time because we were at school all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I better sign off.
Okay.
Or I'll fall asleep on you.
Get some sleep, and maybe I'll be able to talk to you tomorrow. Hopefully I can get to you.
Tomorrow I go live at 1 my time.
Okay, so that's
which will probably be 3 your time.
2 or 3. I'll figure it
out. Okay.
I'll figure it out. I'll just keep checking my YouTube because some reason I don't always get the alerts that people are live.
Oh.
So that's
you might want to check before you leave my.
No, you are on the bell ring, but
okay.
I don't always get the bell ring from you.
Oh, okay.
So it's like that with a lot of channels that I've subscribed to. It doesn't always, even though I have it ringed, like the loud ring, it doesn't ring.
Oh,
so,
okay.
I check, and I've tried to unsubscribe and resubscribe to get that to activate, and it doesn't. But
okay. Well, we'll see what happens.
So that's sometimes why Pink ends up texting me and goes, "I'm live," because I don't get her bell ring.
Yeah.
Or Lady Tanya's live because I don't get it. So.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Good night.
Love you all, and good night. What?
Hopefully see you tomorrow. Sorry.
Okay.
I'll cut the camera so that I can get out of here.
We'll see you all later. And I am going to just put end broadcast. And we'll see you tomorrow at 1.